Nothing is working this morning. All right, there we go. Yeah, we should be pretty close to the 58. 58.98 test on ES. Couple dollars short. Puts here. I'm not sure. With the prior positioning, yeah, pretty close to the top. How that looks now. Mm. I don't know. All right, gotta do this the old school way. Can you believe we're gonna rip through 5,900 today? What a day! 5,900 ES. I thought there might be some advantage to fixed income markets being shut down today. It would appear that is correct. $58.75. I don't think so. Gamma Max is at 58. So about that pullback. Well, we did pull back a little bit from open. And then went right back up again. This is resistance on futures. I wonder if this actually pulls back to 5,800. Testing Gamma Max really fast like this is usually not super bullish. Gaps at 34.32. The only major supports at 58. VIX is up. No. VIX is down slightly from Friday's close. Is there any news? Kashkari is saying all kinds of bullish shit this morning. OPEC cut global oil demand growth forecasts for the third month in a row. Crude production is 26.04 million BPD in September, down 604,000, led by Libya and Iraq. Global demand growth forecast from 1.64 million BPD to 1.64 from 1.74. China's oil demand growth is tiny. Israel strikes hit northern Lebanon region of I2. I2, according to residents, local media. From soft economic landing expectations. Kashkari said the economy is in the final stages of getting inflation back to 2%. That's the part where it goes up first. Monetary policy still in a restrictive stance? Oh, that's just wildly false by every metric. The job market remains strong. Yeah. Further modest rate cuts appear appropriate. No, they don't. Seems like the Fed's trying to cut really fast without saying we're cutting really fast. Suspicious. We should. It's not even pulling back. It's just going up. They just revised the last 3 months higher. We got about $8 more upside to Gamma Max. And I'm waiting to see if we get live data fixed today or not. But for now, things are not loading. Full dump at Gamma Max or more ups? It's a good question. We're just testing the tip of that upside trend there. No, Gamma Strike shouldn't be fucked. You have to you just have to click back and then forward. I don't know. This is like a bug that popped up. I'm trying to fix it. Well, your current version of Gamma Strike isn't fucked up. Mine is. Hmm. That was very odd. Okay. Why would it yeet through GM? Any thoughts on Upstart? I covered it yesterday. Went up. There was a chance that it could push up to 50. Probably not worth chasing though. Looks like most of the upside move was burnt out on Friday, so Gamma Max is still back at 44. Is Nvidia just yeeting to the moon right now? Yeah. That's all it is. Nvidia's up like 3% already today. Interesting. Oh yeah, nothing settles, right? Motherfucker. That means my other cash account's gonna be fucked too. One second. All right. Sorry about that. QQQ Gamma Max, yes. QQQ Gamma Max is 508.16. Jesus. Fucking allergies today are really bad. I don't get why the Greek. If this were to drop, where would it go to? Support should be down at 25.32, right around there. Yeah, 58.32. See where we gapped the sold calls? Back there. That's the next significant support level. Bulls keep pushing. I mean, Gamma Max is at like 58, so it's not like a shitload of upside room. QQQ looks like it's gonna fail too, or NQ. Head and shoulders on SPX. Yeah, kind of close. Yeah. Yeah, we got one on the 1 minute. Fucking not very significant. Bit of an over enthusiastic pump so early in the week. When did you take the WeBull account to 58K? What do you mean? My video 140 will break, lift us up. If Nvidia breaks 140, there's not a lot of positioning outside of the major strikes on Nvidia at these levels, and the calls at like 140, 145, 150 are sold. So it's gonna start to struggle with continued upside. It just has those ranges that it can squeeze. But if the squeeze doesn't carry it through the next strike, right, like 130, 135, then it's gonna fall back towards the sold calls. I've just been like rolling off the money and the cash and margin accounts into the futures account because you get paid like 4% on it, and I'm not like doing anything with it, so I guess I could transfer it out. IWM's got a path up to 225 if tech starts failing. I don't think we have any data to support that though. You like PBR here, or would you wait? I'm not entirely sold on the new CEO. And I definitely wouldn't buy it after oil shorts just got a green light to fucking push their positions back into place in the middle of what was going to be a squeeze, right? Like the OPEC report this morning is going to do a little bit of damage to oil pricing. So your general idea is that SPX likely pulls back at some point today since we're so close to GM. I mean, we'll probably get a pullback at some point, but it's also probably going to V right back up. It might be kind of steep since there's not a ton of delta out here. And most of the supportive gamma is now in the money. So, yeah, I mean, a pullback seems reasonable. NQ's already pulling back. It's just ES isn't following suit. Dollar's up like 31 points today for no fucking reason whatsoever. I clearly missed something this morning. Oh, Chinese. I forgot about the Chinese shit last night. But is the dollar just like massively up against the yuan? Yuan loans, money supply at 6.8%. Outstanding loan growth is down. Ouch. Oh, Chinese balance of trade was trade surplus is narrowing more. 33.81 billion. 33.33. Oh. Interesting. Okay, yeah, so that makes sense. The 1 year lending facility announcement from China is coming out tonight. I'm not sure if they're expected to trim or not, though. I'd have to find the analyst report on that. Okay, so dollar up against the yuan, 34 points. Ew. Looks like up against the yen, the pound, euro. $103.2. Holy shit. The 20 year is already at 4.5. This is really quick. Most likely to hit Gamma Max at this point before pulling back? No, not necessarily. Gamma Max doesn't have any draw. It's not like GN or DN. How much further can Upstart go? It's well above Gamma Max already. I don't know. It looks like its upside is completely dependent on NVIDIA at this point. It's far exceeded any of the positioning on the chain. It's just ETFs buying it now. It's like a little bit of call interest carried over from last Friday at 55. It really shouldn't have been able to get much higher than 50, honestly. If it gets above 60, it's gonna squeeze out the rest of the chain. It's gonna, well, yeah, it'll start to squeeze the Vega. on the longer dated sold call positions that are out of the money. But like the further up it moves right now, the more gamma exposure is falling off. So I would say that a pullback is the most likely scenario, and considering that most of the upside move was in the pre-market, it probably won't hold these levels. Possibly some runoff from exercising on Friday. Usually that much pre-market buying is like the MM. So general idea at this point. I hate the PA today and can't trade anymore, so buy and hope you have a decent day. Fair enough. You too. Careful of a bounce off that low. Retest the high. If this breaks above 58.50, looks like resistance is probably at the 55.60 strike. GM is at 58, so not a ton of upside range here. But a little bit. The bounce on NQ is fairly convincing. Lower high might be slightly bearish here. Not really. I'd say breakdown at 45. So like 40. probably 43.20 ish, and then 38, 38.50. Upstart was a great 40 bagger on the 45Cs last week for Pickle's pick. Can you tell me if it'll definitely do that next time so I can actually take a position? I mean, there's no guarantees. It's the market. It's chaotic, right? Friday had a very good setup for Upstart. I liked the entry. I liked the risk. It was nice. Today I did not like. I did not like the continuation out into this week. Despite the price improvement in the pre-market this morning, I would not have rolled forward a position from last Friday. If you did, congratulations, but that's not something I would have done. It's all my fault, Gherk. I'm sorry. My bad. I suck. That's okay. We still love you. It's not my fault. Whose fault is it then? We just want to know whose fault it is so we can shame them. Surely that wasn't the whole pullback. That was support. Local support on the 1 minute. Stop buying puts, you moron. God damn it. Guilty, trash. You just want to be admonished because that's your thing. What if I bought them on Friday? Also bad. Were they part of a straddle that you made a lot of money on today? If the answer is no, then they were not good. What? Yeah, nothing does look good for a call entry because Gamma Max is right there. You know, AJ, you don't always have to enter a position. Sometimes there's just nothing worth entering. Say that with a little more disdain. I mean, you could have spelled disdain right, but, no one here is judging or anything. No, it's not this Dane. God damn it. Do all of you spell it that way? It's... Oh, God, my Epic Pen's not working. After I sent that, I had to go spell check myself. I figured that a man that can't spell too wouldn't have much room to talk. My phone has some issues with there, and two. Pistain? No, it's not spelled like pistain. I spell things according to how autocorrect says I should spell things. It's because you keep overriding the spell checker and it's given up. No, it keeps correcting my... I don't know what setting I've fucked up on my phone, but it will correct THERE to THEIR every fucking time. And so every time I write it, I have to go back before I hit send, and I have to manually change it to the proper there. And if I don't remember to, it comes out wrong. My phone does that too. It's fucking annoying. Yeah, it is. Happy anniversary of the 1 year market crash where we instead went up $2,000. Oh, yeah. Yeah. But we went down 15% before that, and your puts were up. You could have just sold them. So the argument you're making is that you can spell, but you don't know how to use technology. You should see me write in cursive. It's beautiful. Like a calligrapher. I need a fountain pen. Can we short Upstart? You could. Will you lose money if Nvidia keeps going up? Yes. Or would you confirm an early break of 110 and cut the sold leg at 110? Yeah. I think it'll struggle with 110 this week. That's why I went with the diagonal. No, no, no. You need a feather quill, a candle at desk, animal hide parchment, inkwell, filled with the blood of your enemies. Hard to keep it from coagulating, though. Do I buy puts now or wait for the peak bubble line? Peak bubble line's at like 5,600. Or I'm sorry, 6,000. I'm looking at a different line. 6,000. 6025 ish. Yeah, I've got a ways to go. It's a monthly gamma max. Closer to that, yeah. Should I short this here? 58.55. Still got like $3 more. Are we gonna get it? Or is this where NQ breaks down? This is aggressive. How's correlation doing? Divergent. Interesting. That's never a good sign. So 30-day correlation moving up, 90-day moving down. Odd. Repositioning on longer time frames. Carry trade leverage is up like 0.1x. Forward yield on vols starting to turn up. Yield curves re-inverting some more. 2 years almost at 4%. The 20 years almost at 4.5. But fixed income markets are closed today, so I don't think that data is all that reliable. Skew popped off a little bit. VIX and VX are down. So we're getting some vol shorting. Correlation index is a good measure of the dispersion in the market. It's a correlation between S&P volatility and the volatility of the underlying stocks. Well, a specific basket of the underlying stocks that they measure. We're probably not going to hit 6,000 this week. This should be technically this should be like the top for the week. We shouldn't be able to go much higher than this. We're going to need a lot of repositioning on the longer dated time frames to break GM on SPXW. Oh, sweet, beautiful live data. Okay, so yeah, it looks like we just squeezed up through the short calls on the morning bounce. What extra is your weekend straddle calls? AM. Earnings season is going to be fun. Should be interesting. Especially because revenues are expected to decline. We're going to see their share buybacks get pumped, right? If correlation is up, no. Correlation up is bearish. Core down is bullish. Core down, carry leverage up. Is Todd riding the dragon? They're trying to get VIX back under 20. Real hard. hold on. I gotta fucking switch the candles on this. It's just so atrocious to look at. USD JPY about hit at 150. It's probably going back to like 151 in the short term. They're going for the 1920s trend. Well, we made it through the data and the market didn't crash. So what else is there to do? It's quite far from spot though. Just to be clear. There will be. It's not like just like a straight line to 6,000. If it is, there's problems. Just avoid puts unless you're at like, major resistance tests. I said a lower high would be bearish. What's the 1929 trend based on? Wikipedia says the S&P wasn't founded till the 50s. The S&P 500 wasn't founded until the 50s. So I believe in 1906, SSB started rating mortgage bonds and they built their first index, which consisted of, it was like 200 something stocks. It was like an odd number. I can't remember. Then in like 1928, they formed the S&P 90. And then poor and standard merged in the early 40s, like during World War One, and formed standard and poor. And then in 1950, late 50s, they expanded it to the S&P 500. In 2023, they formed the S&P 7. So that's what that old data is based on. Check DMs. What? Ah, I see. Maybe. I'm getting some bot puts at 45.40. Bot calls at 35, drove the move up. There are sold calls at 55.50 and 40, and quite a lot of them. So gamma moves negative to the downside. We got a bit of support at 50 though, which is going to be tough to break. Looks like our upside cap's going to be the 60 strike. So, you know, where gamma max is. Remember, gamma max on the SPXW can be exceeded intraday. It's just very unlikely to close above it. And it doesn't look like we're going to push above it right now. Out of the money position doesn't look that strong. There's some sold puts at 45.40, quite a lot of them. And then under 35 is the majority of sold puts. Those look like they came in this morning because there's a lot of them. So that must have come in with Kashkari's speech. It would have been nice to have. Out of the money spreads are going a bit wild too. Oh hey, my futures are finally printing. Woo, $5. Fuck yeah. Get it. I hate MES. Wiki piece of shit. It's 750 now. Magic wallet. That sometimes eats all your money. SPX 3% away from 600, yet VIX at 20. I'd ask, what is this clown market? But like turtles holding up the earth, it seems like it's clowns all the way down. Yep. We have the same phone notification noise, and the stream has debated me twice this morning. Get wrecked. There's no AM expiry for today. The AM expiry is on OPEX. Jesus Christ, man. 3 years we've been doing this, AJ. 3 fucking years. Isn't it intuitive? The VIX would climb as SPX reaches all-time highs, though. No. We could get spot up VIX up if we squeeze out short calls, but we're not doing that, right? We're moving up through short calls, which is driving price action, but they're not coming off the chain. They're just staying there. Give it to me straight. 5,900 before 58.35. I'm a big guy. I can take it. I don't think we're getting above 60 today. Not that bulls haven't surprised me before. They have, but it seems very unlikely that we would move above 60. The is short quite a lot of puts to the downside, or long quite a lot of puts to the downside here. Gamma Max is a beautiful thing. It's the rock and the storm that is the market. It's like the first little failure point is going to be around 48-ish. Some of the in the money call positioning taking profit here. Mostly the 58.35s. Those are starting to trim down. We got bought puts at 58.50, sold calls at 58.50. 40 is going to be tricky to lose. That might be a bit more supportive. The question is, where will you sell your bull put spread? Oh, I don't know. If we moved down to 5,800, I would be very willing to sell them. Or maybe strong support at 35. Careful, all these drops can V. Does look like we're gonna get a new low on NQ though. Just maybe. Consolidation on NQ still looks bullish. SPX looks more like a top. Yeah, careful with tech. 58.91. I found myself unable to explain Gamma Max. Oh, just it's the point at which there is no more additional gamma exposure on the market maker. So above that, gamma only declines, right? It doesn't increase. So the market maker is no longer buying delta to hedge increases in gamma. That's it. That's where they cut it off. It also means that to the downside, they're selling delta, right? So rejections from gamma max tend to be kind of aggressive. There's some other like shit that goes on around gamma max, and it can be exceeded. It's not like a hard. It depends what it is. In some cases, it is a hard limit. Like on the monthly SPX chain, I don't even think we've ever seen that get tested. Um, or it got tested like one day and immediately rejected like 300 basis points. But generally speaking, it's not a hard limit. There's still room above it. This is very unlikely to close above it, right? Because as you move into close, the would just dump whatever whatever hedge was the difference between spot and their maximum gamma point. Like there's no reason for them to carry that hedge overnight. Now it can move up or down intraday. And since it can only be tracked with changes in open interest, unless you're the MM and you have the book, you'll always have a slightly lagged value. But OI doesn't, I mean, OI for Gamma Max doesn't frequently change very rapidly. So it's fairly stable despite the data being, always 12 hours or so behind. Exceeding GM on the SPX monthly is a black swan. I'm not actually sure it's possible. I thought VIX was a measure of longer dated interest in SPX puts. No, it's a measure of the spread on those puts in the auction window. So wider spreads in the auction window, more volatility, like VIX goes up. And it's not just puts, it's puts and calls out of the money between like 22 and 33 days, 23 and 32 days to expiry. I always forget. I thought it was just to look away as you traded futures, so as not to learn a new way to lose ports quickly. Well, all of the cash in the other two accounts isn't settled because of the fucking bank holiday. So I'm just using the futures account, which is where I stick all the overflows. I should really transfer them to like treasuries or something, but I'm just I'm just diddling with it. I'm not even trading like ES. If we lose 50, Vic's likely to do one of those quick spikes to 21 before being smacked down. I actually don't think VIX would increase substantially unless we get under 40. Under 40, vol will move up pretty sharply. Lower low SPX here. More puts being bought at 58.40. Not enough though. Those are probably bought to close. So we're getting a little bit of a pullback in short vol. NQ's moving to test VWAP. It's got a new low. There's the loss at 48. 48, 43, I remember. Decent volume on the drop for NQ. Not too bad on MES either. Probably not a good measure of overall market sentiment, but I'm sure it's tracking with ES. I would be pushing into the sold puts. Well, yeah, they'd probably start buying back, which widens the spreads, right? I just realized Chicago Bears, Chicago Bulls. Yeah. Dump it. I got a 1 DTE 5830, and the world revolves around me. Careful of 43. Ooh, NQ's really starting to sell off. So yeah, a little bit of support there at 43.25. Failure to break back above 45 here, bearish. Break above 45, bounce. Following CRKN, penny stock shorted to the ground, trading at 137 on the market cap of 6 million. 4 million TSO, 10 to 10, it traded 13x the TSO. If shorted below $1, it's auto delisted. Do FTD obligations cease upon delist? They don't cease, but they roll over to OTC where there's no primary exchange, so they're able to net them off pretty much immediately. Also, ew. failed. Get 882. Still profit taking on the 35 calls. The 40 short puts, however, are not closing as fast as I would like them to, but the 25 20s and the 15s are going down quite a bit. So we're still getting a lot of profit taking bought to close on the short put side. That might continue to drive vol higher. Remember, vol picks up on a failure of oh, did I get stopped? Lame. I just want to go long there. We break up. We go long at 450. Short under 89.50. Yeah. So we'll see if there's out of the money short puts closing roll up. Right, that's what you'd want to look for. Looks like somebody just sold a shitload of puts at 58.90. That was a big jump. Well, like 1,000 contracts. This is not that big. Just zero GT. Might be a hedge or a spread. I'll play the upside here. Maybe I don't. Kind of do. We could push up back up to 50. It's not a lot of range. Looks like bulls are building a bit of a floor here. They're selling more of the. They're starting to sell more of the 40 put, I think. Yeah, Gamma flips negative under 43, so that's why they're trying to avoid that. Gonna rally back up to 50, 55. And Q just peaking back above VWAP right now. Maybe I should be trading NQ. Looks better. Thanks for calling the top on SPY. I made 75% gain on some zero DTEs. Nice. Done for the day. Have a good one. Later, man. Risky put entry here. Best away for sub 43. Yeah, this would be a very risky put entry. If they get this back above 50, wow, really like 40 right here, like 48. Yeah, like right here. If they get this back above, why are you doing that? There. It's probably going to push up to like 50, probably back towards the high. It'll also probably find resistance there again, but this is that save on the back end of the, or attempt at saving the back end of the distribution. So look towards this. Uh, hmm. Yeah, that would probably be the breakout. If that breaks higher than the head and shoulders, is going to probably end up more even. A lot of this is just noise, but like if you go out to the 5 minute, it's less noisy, right? So if you look on, like there, right? Or there. Not super bullish, but like a little bit. More if it breaks up, less if it doesn't. Looks like it's gonna. I was a greedy little pig bear and didn't get my fill on the 60-65s because I thought we'd touch 60 for a candle. Nah. What's the mindset of someone selling 1,000x 0 GT puts at 58.90? We don't know what they're for. It could be part of a paired position. You know, it might be like a synth short. They're selling the in the money put, buying the out of the money put. Excuse me. If I had to predict, I would say that Gamma Max in the intraday is probably at like close to 58.60, if not right at 58.60. Why is Core 3M getting rocked? That's a good question. Long vol 90 days to expiry or greater on the underlying. So people are going long vol into earnings with theta. Which makes sense, right? You want to go long vol now before earnings season because volatility will increase as earnings approaches. And to benefit from that, it's better to have positions with more Vega sensitivity. Hmm. That was a slightly lower failure. I'll put a stop. Or wait, I can just move this. You know what? Never mind. I think if we push up, I add another contract though, right? Oh, no, just one. Why does Upstart going to the proverbial moon? Because Nvidia's rocketing. Are Upstart and Coin in the same larger ETFs? No, I don't think so. Coin doesn't have a ton of Nvidia correlation. It's almost crashed in October 22, then again in 23. Are ready for the almost crash 3, the Revengeance. I will say that these cycles are getting faster and more volatile. Could you see TQQQ testing 80 this week? I mean, that'd be super awesome, but it's very unlikely. QQQ has more upside room than S&P does. So it could. We need like a day where we get like a big drawdown in RSP, but tech rockets. We haven't seen that in a long time. But with dollar going up, definitely possible. How would someone learn to look for Vega plays in regards to what? Like index vol or underlying vol? I mean, Vega's just, sensitivity to volatility, right? So generally speaking, you want to be price agnostic. You should really read options as a strategic investment. And then if you're really interested in playing volatility, probably options and volatility pricing by Nattenberg. It's not it's not that complicated once you get kind of used to it, but it can get very complicated if you're trying to, minimize delta and gamma exposure. Looks like we got a nice V forming here. I don't like the lower high though, I'll be honest. That's kind of shit. But maybe it doesn't matter. The much lower high on NQ. Ooh, now I'm 3 long. Leverage up. Break here. Opens up that move back towards 50, like gamma max. V to what? $5 more? Yeah, but still, V. Alright. Could get a new higher high. Right, we're past the shoulder. Well, we're past the first, like the descending head and shoulder breakout, right? And then we've got to look towards the regular head and shoulders, which is going to be like a flat line right there, right? But then that's also the consolidation here. Boop. And back here. So yeah, a rejection here could complete a head and shoulders. And so I should probably tighten up my stop. Stopped out. Short the confirmation. No, that's the wrong size. Boop. Non-settlement fucking with my margin. That's why I'm trading futures. Because, yeah, cash settlement's fucked today. New lower low. If NQ loses VWAP. NQ overperforming now a little bit. Oh, we left a gap to the upside. Didn't like that. Downside continuation at 48 and then 43. Bounced off of 48 just a little bit here. 47. Close enough. MQ could fall back to 2,500 on a failure here, which is actually quite a big drop. TA isn't, it's just a risk measurement tool, right? Nothing there was predictive, right? It's just if then, right? So yeah, TA is still bullshit. Or at least the idea of using TA to predict markets is bullshit. Using TA to determine entries and risk levels is very valid. No, it doesn't. Hey, I made money on my 3 MES contracts. All right. TA predicts the future. That's why diamond tops have been so profitable to play. The diamond top's technically not invalidated yet. Just saying. Okay, sure. As long as you don't play the one in March or June, right? Then it's fine. I said that in June too, when you were like, "Up, diamond top broke to the upside. We're gonna moon more," and then we went down 10%. That one NQ diamond top made me a lot of money. The others lost me a lot of money. Well, because they don't predict the future, right? You just short the trend and then put a stop. Like if it breaks down, you make a lot of money. If it doesn't, you get stopped out and you don't lose money. That's how you use TA. This is a bullish negative 10%. Sure. It always astounds me how quickly bulls like pack up their shit and they're like, "Oh, I'm never going to be bullish again. That's the end of the market. The economy has failed us." And it's like a 3% drop. Meanwhile, the market's up 30% and bears are like, "I'm going to short this." I've been here for 3 years and I still don't understand why titties and ass are so controversial. Me either. Stop describing my trading strategy. You just need a wider stop, Evans. I don't know what to tell you. Or just wait for it to reconfirm the same prior level, right? Okay, so you have your diamond top, right? And it moves to the inflection point, right, where you're looking for a breakdown. So say you short here with a stop, short stop, and it gets a like false breakout. You get stopped out, right? But then if that fails, you can just re-enter again. Re-enter short. And then you can catch the downside move. If it keeps breaking up, you can just go long above the prior high. You're just overcomplicating shit. There's no reason to lose money on this. Not excessively. I mean, you might lose a little, but that's, you know, the cost of taking risk. Re-enter? Like, enter again? Yeah. Like, you know, puts are still for sale, despite mismanaging them. It's not like they take them away from you. It's not like they're, oh, he fucked up his trade. No more puts for you. I don't trust this not to bounce off a higher low. Yep, move my fucking stop down. Gap fill. Let's go. Oh, wait, am I only long one? This is quite tradable. Not with options. This is terrible to trade with options. I should say that. They should take them away from me. They took my money, and now I can only afford one DTE puts, $2,000 out of the money. You're quite tradable. Thanks, Dirk. Gherkin, I bought a put. I had to do it. Did you buy it at the exact bottom without confirming a breakdown? I'm I'm not no. I want to fill that gap. We got a double bottom here in bullish consolidation with a higher low. So we got more buyers and more support at 45 than we did previously. Upside gaps are the only reliable thing to tell the future. It doesn't tell the future, it's just a target, right? We don't have to fill it. But the higher support and increased volume on the bounce would indicate that we are likely to retest it. Ooh. I'll lever up this fucking $2 move. Although it would be cool if it turns into a $5 move. 7. 10 on ES. Nice. VIX under 20. More buyers. Lol, we both know the only people buying this thing here are the MM and retail. Okay, fine. Put sellers. More put sellers below 45. I keep trying to tell my girlfriend that I'm waiting to confirm a breakdown, and she's always hits back with "You're not helping, and you never listen to me." Any advice for bros? Um, I don't know. It sounds risky. I think you might have found yourself a volatile asset. Divorce. Sell the ball. Huh. What would selling vol be like in that instance? Volatility definitely confirmed. I have some. Get your girlfriend into trading. Jim Martin's wife, which is what you should really change your screen name to. Interesting. Then she's just so mentally exhausted she doesn't have time for it. Smart. From experience, though, living with a girl who trades is the worst because you don't argue about normal things anymore. You just argue about stocks. Just don't argue. Have you met me? That's not an option. Okay, listen, I don't care if you're married and you've been in love for 10 years. If your wife picks a shitty stock, you should absolutely comment on it, demean the position, and then laugh at them when they're wrong and you're right. Because how could you wake up and look at yourself in the mirror if you don't? You open her a paper account and say, "Good job, dear." But what happens when she tries to withdraw the money? They would do the same to you. Exactly. All's fair in love and war. Living with a traitor just combines those things. Wait, you guys take money out of your account? That's how I pay my bills, yeah. I thought we said specifically a few things aren't fair in war. Yeah, but we'd mostly ignore that stuff. That's just like a shit other people aren't allowed to do, right? You sound fun. You want to get a coffee sometime or I lived with a trader once. Not traitor, trader. God, we've all done that. But also, yes, you're not wrong. What sort of pullback do we need to push up higher to the 5875 level? 5800 would be fine. I don't think we need to pull back to 5775. And the dynamic of a pullback to 5775 kind of shifts things anyway. So, because if we lose 75, things get bearish pretty quickly. So, I think the ideal test there, double gap to the upside. What the fuck is this shit? Just break 50. There's not that many fucking puts there. What's this? I don't know what that's there for. Oh, that was a take profit if we got a breakdown. I don't need that. Is it going to be a failure? Or do we get higher support? Where's the support there? Oh, it is not close to the money. It's kind of a shit bounce, right? Maybe it picks up steam off the low test. Yeah. Like a break above the right shoulder. Gap, gap. Breakout? Oh, the gap fill is the breakout. Maybe I should have just gone long at the breakout. And I'm an asshole. Shh. Don't tell anyone. Look at that GME OPEX MOASS. GME runs after OPEX, not before it. Oh, holy fuck. 82 cents on the day. We're in a new paradigm. You mean where Ryan Cohen's liquidated the stock so much that it's boring as fuck? Hey! Gap fill realized. Dope. Now I can move my stop up to the gap. Just hang out there. How do I want this? I don't want to get wicked. I'll just put it there. That's fine, right? Incoming share offering from Ryan Cohen. Yeah, probably. Come on. Push. We're above 50. Let's do it. hold 50? Ooh. Hmm. Teeny head and shoulders on Carvana. Is it finally time for Carvana puts? No. We need a little gap up. Maybe. Yeah, let's get a little gap. SPX just won't die. Let me have some safe call buy-ins. Do what? Where's the box? 58.53. 58.40. Probably 58.53, 58.43. That's a breakout. That confirms 53.42. If we break above 53.42, retest at the high or make a new high. In your opinion, is there a reason SQQQ hasn't reverse split? Because market up. They don't want to split it. Honestly, if they split it, Tech will probably fucking get railed. Because everyone's got a short vol on SQQQ. Right? I made a meatball side with the inside hollowed out instead of sliced. Pretty good design. So you just so you cut a dick out of the middle of the sandwich loaf and just dropped your meatballs into the hole? Like a sounding sandwich? Oh yeah? That sounds disgusting. How do you get the bread on the inside toasty? Meatball tube? It's like a less advanced hot pocket. Friction. Red light. This place is weird. I like it. I wouldn't change a thing. Oh, except talking about football in the SPX chat. If I catch you fuckers doing that again, I'm gonna time you out for a week. This is the stock market. We don't care about your fucking bets on football. Fuck off. With parlays? Ugh. Disgusting. Why don't you just post scratch off tickets? You have to, Brett. This is the fundamental problem with your trading habits. You have to make your own money. I'm not here to make you money. I provide analysis, really, really good analysis, and then you have to use information. You have to use that information. After speaking with a financial advisor who's more knowledgeable about your particular financial situation. Have you considered also doing the work for me? Yeah, but I don't want to do that. That's like a pain in the ass. And then you're gonna like DM me all the time, be like, Gurk, why stock not go up? Look at the Fubo chat. If you want someone else to make your money for you, I advise marrying rich. That'll be $50, please. Well, after you arrange the marriage. Any financial advisor more familiar with my situation won't stop laughing long enough to advise. I promise I won't do that. Lies. I think Atomic is holding the Fubo chat quite well. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if they're friends or frenemies, but Fubo chat are your CC liquidity. Well, what about my synthetic longs? Is Fubo channel the sports betting channel? Sure, yeah, if you want to. Is Charm gonna pump us higher if we hold above 58.50? Into the end of the day, it's supportive. I don't know if it's gonna push us higher. Maybe a little bit. Pack's finally started to move off 11. They're not done spending money. Be warned. But it's good, right? They're buying the bottom of a lot of shit. And infrastructure investments will pay off big over time. A firm to follow Upstart? Probably. Might be lagged a little. Has it not gone up yet? Usually they kind of go up in tandem. I've heard my financial advisor the day recommended I put almost all of my stock money in an annuity. That's when I decided to learn how to invest for myself. Yeah, they suck. I mean, I'll be honest. Most FAs are just complete trash. They have like a portfolio management software thing, and they just plug stuff into it and try to get you less than a high yield savings account every year, and then that's a win for them, right? And as long as you're investing your money, they're getting their commissions. They don't really give a shit how much you make. At this point, I would take that. The 10-year U.S. Treasury is nearing 4%, and the 20-year is at 4.5, which isn't half bad. If you're serious, you just want to make 4% a year, that's probably one of the most reliable instruments to do that. But I wanted the 10-year at 5%. Should have bought it when it was at 5%. Well, 4.5. That was the highest I got. Anything above 4.5 and banks start going poof. Ooh. I wonder if rates push up high enough that we get some more regional bank failures. That'll shake the soft landing. Ooh, bullish to be bearish. I like it. 4.5% on $700 is not enough to get my dopamine flowing. Yeah, I see. The first problem you're having here is that you're poor. You've got to understand that the path to making money doing this shit is not quick at first. Like, once you have a lot of capital, then yeah, you make money really fast. But initially, low risk, consistent returns, right? Get your money compounding. Now, if you're doing that with income strategies or covered calls or CSPs or whatever you want, but get yields, get consistent yields, and in shorter time frames than you would get in a savings account, right? That's the goal when you have not a lot of money. And then that compounds and becomes more money, and then you start making more and more and more. Hold on. Did you start off by YOLOing your tuition fund into AMD? So I think that was like the first time in my life that I had extra money because I was like working full time and going to school, and I had financial aid. And so, and I got loans. And I was like, ooh, I should do something with this money that I'm not using. And so, yeah, I bought AMD. I mean, I don't really know if that money converted well because I held that shit all the way until like 2021. And I'd made a lot of money in between when I was like a freshman in college and then, right? But that was like my first like real investment. Do you still have student loans because the rate is low enough it's not worth paying back? I don't have any loans. I paid all that shit off ages ago. We're gonna have 20 more bucks today because my first real investment or zero GTs 58.75s. So you bought calls above Gamma Max? Genius. Anytime when you don't want the stop, you can get burned a lot if volatility is really high and spreads are kind of going crazy. So yeah, there are instances where you don't want to stop, but not when you're not when you're starting off. And frankly, you just shouldn't trade those. They're just a good way to lose money. The risk rewards are really high, but they're just an excellent way to blow up your account quickly. I should read Pickles picks. Friday was awesome. MSTR fucking killed it. Upstart killed it. I got 50%. My parents' 401k and annuity for 5.25% for 5 years, but that's when the SPX is at 5,200. If SPX is 6,200 in 5 years, it was the wrong play. It's already the wrong play. Right? Because SPX is up more than 10% since 5,200 in like months. No, the top isn't in, but there's resistance to the upside. There's not a lot of range on upside moves from here. This year for 2024, after I sell all of my bonds, right, when yields skyrocket or drop, right, and then I just go long QQQ. So you sell your bonds for a profit, and then you long QQQ, and then yields go up, QQQ rockets, right? And then you just rinse and repeat. And then like when bonds are really attractive again, you buy them and you sell the QQQ. You just keep doing that. What if yield's down more? I mean, well, you make money, right? You might not make as much as you could, I guess. Although I think it's pretty obvious that we're not going to move into a really low interest rate environment, right? Not for a very long time. It sounds too good to be true. I'll just keep putting my money in zero GTEs. Full port TQQQ. I mean, QQQ's a little bit better. Like I'm still long QQQ from August. And I went long TQQQ at like 60, what was it, like 60? And then I cut it at the test of 75 previously. And now I'm long TQQQ again, although I feel like I've just bought into a slight breakout. I will probably fill back to like the 70 level, but I can add, like I'll average down on a 70 test if nothing changes dramatically, right? And then stay long for a push up to like 78 or 80. How much theta? Depends. I mean, you need you need some time because you got to be able to manage drawdowns. But like the path up isn't probably going to just be a straight line. But vol will be increasing, right, as we move into earnings season. Vol on tech especially will be increasing as we move into highly anticipated earnings. So I think that's where the biggest improvement in TQQQ will come. And if yields continue and the dollar continues on their current trend, the like peak of earnings season should be around when bonds start to become really attractive again, right? The 20-year near-ish 5%. And then we'll get hit with all the bearish things, right? Then the the economy cycle, like the cycle will turn bearish. People will be like, "Oh no, credit's like all blown out and liquidity's thin, and we gotta," because then they gotta cycle everything back, right, to continue averaging down. I mean, if you have a grasp of the position banks are in, right, and what the Fed and Treasury are actively doing with like yield curve control, but I mean they're not calling it yield curve control, but it's effectively what it is. Then it's pretty easy to figure out like the like macro cycle, right? What's the best way to deal with a cankle? What do you mean deal with? Just lose weight? I don't know. How do you get cankles? I'm fat as fuck, and I have well-defined ankles. Like, shouldn't your like if you're fatter, shouldn't your like legs just be jacked because they've got to pick you up? Fluid retention. Oh, that's frightening. If you move, yeah, fair enough. I sit here like 15, 16 hours a day though. Although I have been walking more, which is nice. The only problem is that makes me tired late at night. Oh, I don't have time to be tired. I feel like compression stackings aren't really like a fix for that, right? You're a big ankle tapper. That helps. Restless leg syndrome. Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to avoid, Trash. I need 18 to 20 hours a day to complete all my things. Okay, I can't be fucking giving up valuable energy time for things that are going to make me more tired and lose me more time. I'm not retaining fluids. We're talking about somebody's cankle. I have no fluids retained. Well, that's not true. I've retained fluids, but just in the midsection. The extremities are still thin ish. It's just like like I'm slowly turning into a bowling ball with legs and arms. I sold a bunch of calls there. It was nice knowing you. You could have done it a little higher. It's not terrible, but we might test a little higher. Is this gonna fail? It's so well supported. Hmm. Oops. I don't know. I'd probably short on a confirmation of the 53 breakdown. But for calls, I'd want. Are you above 60? But if you age better and have fulfilling and spry golden years, aren't you actually saving time? I just assumed I'd be dead by then. Could S6 fail back to 35? 40 is pretty supportive. I guess we could. But yeah, 40's got kind of a decent amount of support. If we fail 40, we'll fall back to 25. It sounds like a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? Well, that's yeah. It's like puts, right? Puts are never the answer, says the man infinitely short Carvana. Ooh, that's the look at Evans go. That's too many. No, there was a decent amount of support at 5,900. Was it just gonna fail again? Like stop loss hunting? Guess I'm only worried about a higher high. That is a lower high so far. Compelling. They were not above 60. I could tell by your woo in all caps. And how defensive you got when I asked if you sold them above 60. What happened, Dork? Hmm. There's a blurb on our economics about housing supply crisis. So I went on there and said maybe if people didn't speculate on homes like there were Nvidia stock, home prices wouldn't be fucked. Let me tell you, the witch hunt that commenced was legendary. Apparently, I'm the biggest moron who ever walked the earth. It's gonna be so awesome when all those people lose all their home equity. Oh wait, you just bought a home. Um, Awkward. Anyway, why would you argue with economists? Do you in high school? Did you frequently go into the special ed classes and start fights with the kids in there, like intellectual arguments? That's what he does with me. Then he bans me. Gross. Higher high. Fun fact: my English teacher in eighth grade put me in special ed English for high school just to spite me. Did you fuck his wife or something? Twitter economists are my favorite. I don't even enjoy Twitter. It's just like everything everyone says is for the purpose of interaction, which makes everyone on there sound stupid. It's like, you've rage baited me, and then they express rage, and then the other person's like, aha, more rage bait. And it's just the fucking worst. She and no, I aced the class but barely paid attention. Oh, hmm. She ended up marrying one of my classmates. What? That's awkward. I had some friends who were special ed folks. Those folks are fucking cool and way smarter than these Dunning Kruger fuckwit dipshit motherfuckers. See, you can't let them bait you, dork. They're economists. This is like when Trump was bragging about passing that cognitive test, asking what the names of different animals were. I mean, I guess if you forget that, you're really fucked, right? That's the minimum basic educational requirement to be president of the United States. Identifying various common animals. So every reason to be proud, right? Especially if he beat the average. Like, for all we know, he was 99th percentile in identifying the difference between an elephant and an ostrich. But do you know what sound they make? Oh my god. They just hand the president one of those like things and you with a little lever and you pull it and it says the cow says moo. But you have to but it just makes the noise and you have to identify the animal. Now that's a cognitive test that I could see us getting behind and issuing to the president. Like a mandatory minimum requirement for being in the Senate, Congress, or the presidency. The moo says dang. Who's buying this piece of shit up here? Like, who's looking at ES 5900 and being like, oh man, I want to capture the forward returns on this? I brought my dog to a veterinarian. I told him he got stung by a porcupine. The vet said, what's a porcupine? Huh. That's concerning. No cash settlement. Everyone's bored like you. Hey man, I picked up half of an ES contract on the top here. Time travelers? Maybe. Don't kink shame bulls. It's just a lot of aggressive buying for not a lot of returns. Does Beyond have any juice? It keeps testing 7 and getting rejected. I don't know. It's been boring. I haven't been paying attention to it much. Ah, you fucking bitches. I think they're just trying to stop out the bearish positioning. That's the gamma max test, right? What was it? 58, 5806. So yeah, probably pretty close. Carvana's down $2. Only 189 to go. What's up, aluminum? Well, then just put a tight stop. Like, if you're thinking about shorting the test of GM, just put a tight stop on it. Yes, we could go a little higher, technically, but not much. It's very unlikely to go a lot higher. Like $10 seems unreasonable. I mean, I have a stop literally $1 above the high on futures. So I'm not like taking a lot of chances with an upside move. But I don't think it's going to move substantially higher. The biggest problem here is we're probably going to get a lot of volatility alongside profit taking, and it makes the spreads really spiky. Which, you know, like I just got stopped out on that stupid fucking wick. There'll probably be more of those. That's on 58, 20, 25 in the money bear call for this Friday to capture SLD. How much is it? I don't think I hate it. Yeah, I mean we're far enough above GM right or GN right now that you know I wouldn't expect to get more than like 50 to 100 BPS for SLD, provided it doesn't fail like the 75 level. If it fails 75, the range will increase, but then it becomes like a test of GN. And then if GN fails during SLD, that can get a little uglier. That could turn into like 150, 200 points of downside. Oh, that's awkward. Horses will just fucking fail already. Double top on the 5-minute. Back to 53. Or fail 53. Back to 48, 47. 45? Hmm. Maybe. Let me see what positioning looks like here. Yeah, we're starting to get a lot more gamma to the upside. So resistance is building here quite a lot. Now gamma's starting to fall off pretty sharply towards 45. Sold puts seem to be mostly 40 and under now. Call side support still a little bit at 35. But gamma's starting to fall off. Gamma starts to fall off really fast to the downside now. It's a little less evenly distributed. which could be the first signal that we get a rejection. I will say I do feel mostly comfortable shorting here. Although I do have some concern for a test at 65. See, NQ's, I mean, NQ's largely the problem here, right? It's got far more capacity to go up than SPX. I would say that SPX still has the greater weight there, though. So in determining how high things can push, the sell-off on SPX will drive NQ down regardless. Seems pretty important, right? NQ's starting to lose some steam here too. Needs to lose 2577, but to confirm it, but it's kind of looks like it's topping out. Maybe not completely. It's the biggest intraday break of weekly GM you've seen. I mean, we've pushed above it into monthly GM before, so you know it's been usually when monthly and weekly GM are very close to each other, though. So I mean it, which is not common. And they're definitely not close right now. But I don't know, maybe like there was one day back in December where we broke about $15 to the upside of it, but we closed $17, but we closed below it at the end of the day. So I think June there was a day where we kind of moved above it. By about $15. So about 3 strikes. It's still exceedingly rare. But the vast majority of the tests, even of the weekly GM, are like give way and close lower. I was curious about the outliers for trivia's sake. I mean, we could look at it. Do I have it here? No. Oh, there we go. So, like, the last time we tested was back on September 19th. The high for the day was 57.33, which is about $5 below. And then the close was 57.13, right? This one actually broke a little bit. GM was 56.31, high was 35, but close was 33, so still closed below it. June 12th, the high was 47, Gamma Max was 33, so $14 breakout, but the close was 21, right? So, I mean, generally speaking, this, nope, that didn't close above it. This tested it $3 shy, closed $40 lower. This broke above it. High was 47.09, but close was, this one actually closed above it on December 13th. And then we held above it December 14th. High was 38. Close was 19. So yeah, that closed above it one day. This one closed above it. I think the prior day closed 44.95. Yeah, the prior day closed above it. And then we didn't move down really, right? But GM moved up. And then prior to that, there's not many, right? There's like June 23. But these are all like, for the most part, they're all market tops, right? Or like local tops. Like, it takes an exceeding amount of effort to break Gamma Max, and even more so to stay above it. And if you notice, in all of those situations, we're at like X, like 4,400 or 4,900. We're at major support levels, and Gamma Max is at that major support. And what they're able to do is they're able to get above it, and the market maker is just not shedding any delta there, right? But that only lasts for so long. I will say they do tend to be around OPEX when that happens most of the time, right? That's the only time there's enough options interest to really drive that move, and enough positive charm to hold there, right? Like, basically what's happening there is the decay of charm is greater than the drop off in gamma to the downside, right? And so charm is kind of pushing up overnight while gamma's falling off, and that's why the next day is like after that move up, the next day is just flat. Like, it's above gamma max, right? But it's flat. No historic supports up here. Not anything defined, right? Just intraday. And I mean, like, 58.50 is not really a major level. It's got some positioning, like some sizing, but it's not huge, and the positioning at it's bearish. Which does mean that the charm from it is positive. So charm is holding us up to a degree at 50. No, not 6,000 end of week. Low volume, stagnant price action. I'd prefer higher volume. But maybe we just see the higher volume on the downside. Don't be shorting SPX with QQQ puts. I mean, they're not the same. So, something to consider. Like, SPX can go down while QQQ goes up. Did you ever enter that Tesla Butterfly from Pickles Fix a couple of weeks back? Yes. Gia says next year is going to be real bullish since they expect all-time high buyback flows and retail to pile into equities. Same like searching for bag holders. I don't know if they need to search for them, right? They just show up. Is SPY the best SPX trading instrument for poors? There's XSP, but it sucks. Spreads are awful on it. So yeah, probably. You need to account for some things when trading SPY though. Like you usually need more theta. You need uh you need bigger moves, so it's not always good. It's really not great to intraday trade SPY, like just straight up intraday trade it, because there is you need a lot of leverage to make decent returns. It's not terrible though. It's definitely better now that it's like close to 500 than it was back when it was at like, 4. XSP has gotten a lot better. It's not gotten a lot better. It's slightly better. It's still impossible to get rid of in the money options. But yeah, it is cash settled. I have a hard like XSP is weird for me. I think I'd rather just trade like MES at that point. Like I would say MES is the better instrument if you really have to pick an instrument that's not SPX, right? But trading futures comes with a whole bag of additional shit, um, and is quite a bit different than trading options. And like, it's definitely requires practice. It's going to be a big shift in the way you trade. Like I haven't. I usually avoid intraday futures trading, because I've been trading options for so long that I've just gotten kind of bad at it. SPY would be much better at 25-cent increments on options. 50. And QQQ gets the 50-cent increments on occasion, which is nice. But yeah, it would be. But that's the point, right? They want the bigger spread because they're gonna take more of your money. You can catch a booster completely autonomous back to the launch site on giant chopsticks, but they say that Tesla can't nail full self-driving. Well, LeMayo? That's because self-driving has a lot of edge cases, and catching a booster doesn't have any, right? It's just physics and math. The only edge cases are unexpected failures. Self-driving not only has to deal with unexpected failures, but it has to deal with everything in the environment, which is completely chaotic. And machines aren't good at predicting chaos. False. ChatGPT told me market up today. Did you see the video of the Tesla ramming an oncoming car to avoid a pedestrian that tripped into the road? That wasn't the Tesla doing it. It was just the driver. The driver cut the wheel. If you look at the other footage of it, you can see the driver cut the wheel to the left. The car didn't do that. That wasn't like a self-driving feature. That was just the person cutting the wheel really hard. Just math and physics, just somehow more complicated than rocketry. What? No. Do you understand that like there's no extraneous variables in catching a falling rocket, right? The rock, like the speed, and once wind is factored in, the speed and all that are defined by gravity and air resistance, which are fixed values. I'm not a fucking rocket scientist, but I would say it's actually significantly easier than predicting like what a drunk person's gonna do in an intersection. Does that not can you not comprehend that? They're two totally different problems with different solutions. Profit taking or puts being sold above. We're not getting a lot of out on money puts. Mostly the out of the money puts have been pulling back. Um, in the money puts are fairly stable. Um, I think the question here is really, do any of the short calls that are in the money pull back? Because that would be what drives prices higher, not the put side. Is your family still around? Yeah. Yeah. Pretty much any move down starts to pressure puts here. Vol just ramps to the downside from spot, so um they're they're definitely not incentivized to let the price drop. Another fucking wick. God damn it. It's 65. Bot puts. Bot puts at 65.70. Not a substantial increase in sold puts. A little bit more at 58.50 than there were, but not a lot more. 40 is still getting packed on. I don't think we lose 40 today. 40.35 looks extremely supportive. How's positioning looking for tomorrow? Let's see if bulls are trying to trap themselves above gamma max. No, not really. Actually, very few bullish positioning for tomorrow to the upside. Still some sold puts, but even those aren't very strong. There's a fuck ton of bot puts at 57.75. 2,784 contracts. 58.45. Yeah, a loss of 45. Gamma kind of turns negative to the downside. Support at 10, 5,800. Wow, first support at 30, 10, 5,800, and then 57.75. Is your sister with her Abercrombie Fitch position around? Long position? She sold that a while back. I think when she restarted school. At what age Moodang become regular hippo? And those playful bites take off limbs? He's a pygmy hippo, not a regular hippo. He'll never be that big. Participants have less settled cash. Institutions don't have that issue. They have margin. Hal June 2025 leap calls. Okay. I've played leaps on Hal a bunch of times. They do pretty well. You have to be patient with them, but I think so far every time I've entered the position under a trend, it's printed. He's a pygmy hippo. Mm. I need to program a futures open close indicator for TradingView. I spend way too much time mousing around candlesticks trying to find the time of day. Is 5900 ES resistance? Wow, it's been support for the last like hour. More than an hour. Almost an hour. It doesn't mean it'll stay support. I don't think it's that strong, but ball's starting to turn up. Gamma's falling off to the downside. Gamma starts to pick up on any push into 50, or fall starts to pick up on any push into 50. Gamma turns negative at 48, 58, 48. So that's the level they'll try to hold right there on any pullback. Careful of a bounce here if this consolidates and doesn't just fail, because there's still a gap back at 58, 58, 58. It's only a couple cents, but yeah, holding above 55 seems pretty important here. Let's see, Gamma from 60 to 55 falls from 32 billion to 13, and then from 13 to 1.2, and then from 1.2 to negative 4.09. So quite a lot of Gamma lost to the downside. But a lot of Gamma gained to the upside, which can make spikes up kind of wild. Do you think we could see an overnight pullback? If we don't get one, end of day. Depends where we close. But potentially, yeah, we could. If we close below 50, I think absolutely. If we close above Gamma Max, probably just flat tomorrow and above Gamma Max, then maybe down the following day. Hmm. Come on, NQ. Dump it. Back to VWAP. Ooh, we didn't bounce and get the gap. Nice. Lower low. push into 59. Where does 59 ES break down to? Pull back to 58.76. Maybe some support at 58.90. Longer run though. Oh, my 59.0525 line is $2 and $2 off. Lame. Be free, young Vix. Be free. Yeah, well, if we push below 55, Vix is going to start pushing back up above 20. If we fall under 45, it's going to push up a lot. I don't buy physical gold. Gross. Why would I buy physical gold? Why wouldn't I just speculate on COMEX like everyone else? Do I look like a central bank? No, you look like Ron Swanson. Son of a bitch. Why would you want physical gold? What are you going to do with it? You need a gamma symbol gold chain. I've thought about being a douchebag. I feel like my current approach is more than enough. Pile it in the corner of my room and sleep on it like a dragon. It's going to be hard to make a full bet on one Costco ingot of physical gold. Isn't good for hunters in this market. So you're just out searching the environment for gold. One sec. This looks like it's starting to break down. Like, I'm only about 15 inches tall. I don't need much. Beaches and parks after events and surges of activities. I found an iPhone last week. That doesn't sound valuable. What does one do with their found iPhone? God, this bleed is excruciatingly slow. I've been short this ES scalp for like an hour. Make it stop. I hear you. And I know what you're saying. This is fucking dull. Holy fuck, this is boring as hell. So soul puts below us, soul calls above us, both content to build out their positions and close in the middle. For the most part, I mean, there's more sold calls above us than there are sold puts below us. Slightly. At least near the money. So gamma rises more sharply to the upside, which makes it harder to push up. So the path of least resistance is down, but not down quickly by any means. If we lose 55 here, things start to accelerate. We haven't yet. If we lose 53, they accelerate quite a bit more. 50, even more than that. And then, but then things like kind of bottom out around like 40, 45. So, probably not gonna go any lower than that. And frankly, we'll probably find support at like 53, given how much positioning there is. But that would basically be like, yeah, fail back to VWAP, right? Like, so 58.90 ish. Yes. Or like near the intraday low. That would be kind of be like the peak downside range. MQ is a little bit more volatile. It could go down to like, it could pull back about like $75. But all of the supports to the downside are significant. So 53, 43 are both pretty significant. Ooh, tasty. That a lower low. It is. Nice. Is there a formula that allows me to add all the delta across the contracts to make me feel better? Yeah, it's not a form. You just add it. It's just addition. Why are my 5850p so cheap? I feel like I should buy more because they're sold. The 50 and 40 strike should be fairly cheap because they're really heavily sold. I'm actually short the 65 put right now, which is working ish, but is also just cancer. Long the 65 put? Yeah. Yeah, I bought 65 Ps. Oh, did I say long? Long the 65p. And the money put. That's why I got the in the money put, because there was so much support. So 2600 NQ, 5900 ES, and 5855 SPX. This is the important test, obviously. Make no mistake, there is support at 50. Mm. If we break up here, I'm gonna play the gap fill. It's still a lower high right now, which could be a failed reversal. Not picking up a lot of gamma on this move, right? So however, if we move just a bit higher, we pick up a lot of gamma. Think oil gets back to 100 a barrel? How much time you got? You think Israel keeps trying to take over the two countries right next to them that are both failed states? And then do you think Iran gets really angry about it because they also want those countries? Where have we yeeted through GM? I mean, first of all, intraday GM has probably moved up a little bit, so it's probably closer to 60-ish than 58. But at no point have we yeeted through it. There's no yeeting through GM. Yeah, that's generally not a thing. Oh, you got him, Dork. Nice. At least something's happening today. Oh, fucking Christ. Ooh, Vol turned around a little. Not enough. Does Vol start to pick up here? Yeah, Vol picks up quite a bit from like fixed strike Vol from like 55 to 50. Short Vol doesn't want any downy downs. 35? Man, Gamma's really flattening out to the downside, Dirk. You know, it's a boring day when Bob getting timed out is the most exciting thing that's happened in the last 2 hours. God, excruciatingly slow breakdown. Choppy bullshit garbage shit day. I should have just sold calls at 65 instead of buying the money put. It's gained like no value. Some dickwad's selling like just a few contracts of it too. Alright, which one of you guys bought the 5665 put after I said I had one? There's two more on the chain. I would prefer the double top because then we might actually get some fucking momentum on the downside. And I could reposition my futures shit, which would be cool. But so far, I haven't even gotten stopped out yet. If you're long puts, just remember the bulls are going to save this so hard if we get a big drop. Did your straddle calls survive the early day dip? Yeah. I mean, there wasn't really a dip. But yeah, they survived this. I got out of them at Gamma Max though, so like back here, I didn't get the high, but like when we started testing Gamma Max, I just closed them. Sometimes the rejections off of Gamma Max are really, really nasty. This is not one of those times. I remember there was like it was like 4 months ago or something, 4 or 5 months ago. I had a straddle and we opened up like 150 bips, and I was like, oh, bulls are gonna try to push through GM, right? Because there was like there were short call, all those short calls were above Gamma Max, and I thought I was being a big fucking genius, and I didn't close my calls on the test of GM. We tested GM like at the penny and immediately rejected like 40 basis points. I was fucking pissed. So, didn't take that chance today. Don't know if I'm happy about that yet or not. I'm playing straddles with enough money that I really can't take any risks with them. That's why from like November through like March, I was always closing the straddles like fairly early in the day, like long before we saw the top of the day. But like it's just because I can't, like I almost have to sell them at the test, like the first resistance test to the upside. Like the idea of like staying long the straddle and holding out for a higher high is just way too risky. Because you get those like after market open like high tests, and then everyone decides to take profit on it and you just get obliterated. Like when we fill the downside gap at like 9:40 a.m. So most days, I mean, the profitability on the straddles is pretty small, and now with IV higher, it's even smaller. Strangles are arguably better, but we're so close to Gamma Max that strangles need too much range to print. This is actually like not a range of VIX that I enjoy trading very much. Like contracts are expensive, but the price action isn't really like highly correlated with volatility. Like most of the price actions all just like on the realized vol side, and kind of shitty. So it's like if I widen the spread to reduce the cost, I need a bigger upside move. Yeah, it's I mean I have short strangles also, so yes. But yeah, the sell side performance is significantly better than the buy side performance right now cuz options are expensive. I think right now I have 5875s that expire today. I have 5895s that expire Wednesday, and then I have 5900s that expire AM Friday. On the put side, I actually have a little bit less. I have, let's see, 5795s that expire today. And then I have 5725s that expire Wednesday. But nothing for Friday, nothing for the AM contracts. I sold puts. We're going to drop now. You bastard. Stop pushing the market up. You're providing the support. It would be dumb to look at call broken wings when near at GM. Why call? Puts are usually priced higher. You're going to do like long put butterflies. Long put butterflies are bearish. They're just a debit instead of a credit. The call's probably more capital efficient, but slightly lower return. I sold my TCPC a long time ago. Option strat has it in the neutral category. That's just because it's a butterfly. It's not really. It's a directional butterfly, though. It's not really that neutral.
With a smaller account, you're probably right. It's probably better to do the call broken wing. But if you can afford the debit, you can get an extra like 1 or 2% return from the long put butterfly. Well, I never looked to maximize return, only max loss. I want this to fail on the tick where I didn't draw the line. Stop finding support, you insufferable piece of shit. Are we at the top? Dork, I think SPX trades flat here for like a week and then we just dump. Look at this fucking momentum shift, Dork. Hold on, where's your DMs? Yeah, I think they're just selling the long puts at this point. Like, if they start selling them any harder, the MM's just gonna, like, start dumping their hedge. We might already be running into a bit of that. Today wasn't flat. We're fucking up, like, 71 basis points. It's far from flat. If anything, we're over the MM's expected move from this morning by quite a bit. We're almost at the high that I posted for the week. Really fucking close. Yeah. When sold put bearish? Not yet. When they go in the money? Butterflies at 50? Don't say that to me again. How dare you? Only if we dump. I probably will. Yeah, fair enough. How wide? Oh, look, we broke the trend. We broke the trend on the candle that I didn't draw the support at. Market wizardry confirmed. Perfection. No, I might need to move my stop down. How about we don't find support here? Whee! Some future sellers. We got some volume on this drop. I like it. I'm gonna start putting stops on my puts before I get fucked on a crazy bounce. Ah. More. We should. I just want to drop and retest this trend. Then VIX can go back to 21, and then bulls can spend the rest of the day shorting it. And everyone's happy. What the fuck happened to my... God damn it. WeBull just crashed? Fucking piece of shit. Oh great, I got stopped out. Maybe it's for the best. Straddle. We got a lower low there. We have double upside gaps. Squamps! What's up, dude? You notice Kashkari said neutral rate should be higher this morning and no one cares? The powers of the mummy are waning. Oh my god. He does look like the bad guy from the mummy. Oatmeal for breakfast, bananas, scrambled eggs, protein shake, and creatine. Big squirrel muscles. I'm glad you're getting healthy. It's okay. We can bounce on the back of the distribution. Retest 58.58. Right? It's Imhotep to you, pleb. All we know for sure is that Kashkari isn't banging an ox and a moon, the hot Latina Egyptian. It's clear the easiest way to solve inflation is to import scarab beetles. We just. No, we farm them here. I made some money on VIX, but I yearn for Giga Chad strategies. How's the detoxing from parking libraries been going? Are you feeling better? Oh, there we go. Pump it, bulls. And we still left the gap. Oh, what a piece of shit. This is nice. Short call profit taking? Or more sold puts? Short call profit taking. That means less support to the downside, though. Have you played with Takeda? I haven't looked at it in a while. No, they're doing good. They bounced off of the dumping yen. I picked up some at 1380. I'm not up a ton. Looks like it sold off a bit at 15, but still looks strong. I mean, we got probably a long time till the yen pushes down to like 130, 120, but Takeda will benefit from that, I think. Quite a bit. This is the... So this was like mostly short calls closing, but not a significant increase in sold puts. So there's a little bit more range on the downside move now. Should we fail 55 again? We do have to fail 55 again, but if we do, gross. These are usually a great top signal, by the way. If you're really unsure about shorting a top, these like distributive breakdowns into really sharp bounces tend to fail. Right? Because this bounce is like bulls coming in, but also profit taking. And the bulls are still weak here, right? And then, so when you get that bounce, then the bulls take profits, which weakens support. And then you can get the rest of the distribution. So it's a little bit higher confidence than, you know, trying to like short the early part of it. Because this just takes forever. If you're shorting here, you need to go like 1 DTE. Or you want to go like in the money. Here you can attempt shorts that are a little riskier with moderately tight stops. I get stopped out. Bitch. Apparently not that tight. Double top. If there's no upside, why are they trying so hard to keep the price here? It's just short vol, right? It's not exactly bulls that care, but short vol's overexposed. So like there's a fuck ton of puts at 50 and 40. So if price were to drop, vol would rise very, very rapidly at both the 50 and 40 strike, and that could squeeze out the entirety of the sold put position, like all the way down to like 58, 20, 25. So that's why they don't want the price to fall. The big bad risk they're trying to judge is the soul puts are all 0 DTE. A lot of them are. They don't want vol to go up. If vol goes back above 20, margin requirements increase, right? So carrying longer dated sold puts over time will cost more. That's the risk in allowing vol to rise, right? And that incentivizes additional put selling in order to keep vol suppressed. So you sell more puts to protect the puts that you already sold that are overexposed to Vega in order to continue keeping your margin requirement reduced, right? So if vol is continuously falling, you can continuously sell more puts on your increased leverage. It doesn't seem like that should be as successful as it is. Yeah, but if you have enough money doing the same thing, or you're just a prime and you've got just dirty amounts of cash available and you're willing to sell any tail that someone will pay you for, then you can do quite a lot of damage to volatility given enough time. Higher high would be weird here. Right? Yeah. See, the fun thing about futures is that you can because of the tick size, right? Supports and resistances are a lot more accurate, and so you can set stops really tight on like high confidence positions, right? So like this has, potentially like 6 points of downside range, right? But I can set a stop 1 point above spot. So potentially 6-to-1 risk reward, right? This is better on longer time frames because shit like that happens when you get a new high. And then you have to short again. You lose fucking 25 bucks every time you do it. But still, pushing up to 61 didn't really do anything here. They're big enough to make it a standard market behavior. Others join in. Yeah. Yeah, because it's like, why wouldn't you just, if they're selling so much vol, they're protecting you selling smaller amounts of vol, and then the aggregate is just a huge amount of vol being sold, right? I can't believe you missed my repulsive DM, but what is this just all go out the window and we end up in an end of day squeeze up 20 bucks? That could happen as gamma expands into the end of the day, but that's because gamma max becomes a little wonky on like right there, right? I mean, generally speaking, that's not going to happen too often, but yeah, it's possible. Something important about MES versus ES also is like the ES top is at 5907.75 and MES is at 5908. So there's almost always like longer wicks on the micros. So you have to have like they're cheaper, but you have to have wider stops on them because they're less, a little bit less liquid. Up 100% of my DJ, 1,000% of my DJT calls. Cool. Has Estee Lauder ever been on your radar? Yes, a couple times actually. Pretty undervalued right now, but I still need to research their earnings. Yeah, I was looking into that around the same time that I went long Ulta. It looked attractive, but not like it was going to get any near-term price improvement. Let me look at it now. Yeah, it didn't improve much. It's kind of finding some long-term support around here. Payout ratio is still kind of a big problem, though. Margins fell off really hard in Q4. Free cash flows are starting to move back up a little bit. There was something that bothered me about it. Oh, their PE is still ridiculous. It's at like 87x. I posted that in the I posted the Mountain Dew the Baja Blast ones in the SVX chat like a few days ago. They have Baja Blast hot dogs too. Wait, what? Can you please unsay that? I don't know what it's like. I've never had one. I think they're just like hot dogs marinated in Baja Blast. I think so. There's like a YouTube video of a guy making them on his grill. Now show the pink ones. But why? Middle America wants their Mountain Dew in their hot dog? I'm starting to think the additional flavors are all photoshopped, though. There's an energy drink called Pussy. That's shocking. Yeah, okay, apparently they're real. They're called doodogs. Yeah, or you can just do what people did before they made them. And do you know what that is? It's marinating hot dogs in Mountain Dew. That sounds awful. Bog Lizzie's. Yeah, yeah, I saw the. I just got done reading through that. Sometimes you want the fresh taste of lemon, lime, and the Rockies in your mechanically separated meat pop. I'm aroused. Why not just marinate them in Jaeger? I think I saw a recipe for that for brats. It was like Jaeger and some kind of German ale with like onions and like cook them together. Bratwurst. I don't know. Wouldn't hot dog flavor do? Sounds okay, I suppose, without the Jaeger. Yeah, I feel like the mintiness would be really an unattractive addition to the bratwurst taste. End of the stream. I mean, it's not that different than like what beef jerky, right? It's just sweet and savory. No, stop. Any more recipes? For what? If you ever ripped off the ends of a sausage and used it as a stray for your strawberry lemonade, a straw? Straw. Gross. Poverty. Well, don't people like marinate ribs in Coca Cola or root beer or something? I've definitely seen that. I've seen root beer in chili. Yeah, I mean, fucking. Yeah, it's Mountain Dew, so it's way more disgusting. But. Hear me out. Nathan's Hot Dogs Axe Body Spray could work. Probably smells better than Axe. I have to go do something real quick.
You fucking stopped out again? God damn it. This sucks. What are they doing? Selling 65 puts? Not many of them. Get them max of 58, so you got like 15 above that would be 15, 16 above that. Hmm. This is absurd. Are we gonna crash? He says as they test all-time highs. This is feeling mighty sudsy. Yeah, it's a bit frothy. Interesting. Very little gamma gained up to 58.70, but some. Vol up, spot up. So a little bit of the short calls falling off. Still quite a lot of short calls in 65. Short vol rolled up a bit to more weight on the 50 strike. Someone's over here selling like a couple in the money puts at 58.75. There's like 700 of them. Not a ton, but some. The support would be at like 55, like at the gap. Where they gapped over the sold calls. Back here.
Hmm. So basically, they just pushed Gamma Max up to like 65, essentially. 65, 67. I want to buy calls at the top, but then it keeps topping some more. Yeah. Although I'm not sure there was a lot of money to be made off of the move from 61 to 65. The calls aren't that cheap. VIX is still at 20. I mean, 53 was the pullback to enter calls. Core 3 month is starting to flatten out. Dollar's still just ripping. 103.26. Money going from commodities into tech. Are you averaging up your bear calls? I don't have any bear calls. I have naked calls. They're at 75. I don't think they're in trouble. I could get burned on them, but I doubt it. Now Vol moves up on a test of 60. Moves up harder at 55 and 50. The short puts at 60 are interesting. I wonder if those get squeezed off here. Like they just sold too close to the money. Dangerous. Seems the MM has no problem buying pits here. It'd be cool if in Power Hour we just do a full mean reversion back to 5,800. That's the kind of volatility that's priced in. Let's get some of it. Don't get me hard like that. Gamma falls off quite a lot to the downside here. Bulls are over leveraging themselves into the pain trade, which is interesting. Like at this point, if we lose 50, short vol's fucked. Gotta put 15,000 short puts in the money. I was long on the bounce, Popcorn. I said bullish things. A week ago, I said 58.75. But with bearish undertones. That's because the market moving up is stupid. It doesn't mean the bearish things are incorrect. They're just unrealized. That doesn't make them invalid. They're there, just under the surface. How much down do you need? And do you only need it on Carvana? Because rates going up isn't good for them. We crash once Popcorn buys calls. Popcorn would never buy a call. That's why it will never crash. I didn't even put a stop on this. That was fucking stupid. I'm still contractually obligated to just like the stream until 4,400. What was 4,400? Was that like delta neutral when the market bounced or something? No, it was my line in the sand. It's been too long. You know, alternatively, when your puts print super hard, you could just close them. And then get new puts later. I said bide, I'm cooked. I'm a changed man. I just want to go long the market, but you want to go long from the bottom like everyone else. Which means the bottom will be higher than you want it to be. Because everyone's trying to front run everyone else to buy the dip. The market crashed on 10/19/1987. Does that count? That was a flash crash. We don't want a flash crash. We want like a long, deep depression. I want to buy Microsoft at $20 a share. I've got one of those long, deep depressions. What do you mean, what? AVGO does look like it could cross 185 again this week. Probably. It looks super bullish. It's consolidating a bit right now, but there's an SCP Foundation entry for the kind of crash Gherk wants. What's wrong with that? I want people so afraid of stocks that Microsoft trades at book value. It's not that it hasn't happened before. Why are interest rates doing EPIs after the Fed cut? Does bond market not believe the Fed? Of course not. How are you going to believe the Fed when they're actively doing yield curve control from the Treasury's actively doing yield curve control? Microsoft at 20? Is that before or after the split? I don't know. What's the book value on Microsoft right now? Like 40 bucks, 30 bucks, somewhere around there. I'll DCA at 50. How's that? A little bit of a forward valuation. So you only think it sounds absurd, right? Tesla at 100 sounded absurd when it was trading at 12, right? No, I don't use book value to gauge buy-ins, but I would in the event of a market crash and extended depression. One hour for the full-blown 5800 mean reversion. It would honestly be really cool. The chances of it happening if VIX gets above 20 are way better. Which means VIX never under 20. Bulls hold 5860. We chop here into the end of the day. Right? I mean, that's usually what happens. Carvana to 11 by end of week. Book it or don't. Ooh. Spicier. Why is VIX not going up? Stop selling puts. Hmm. Bulls trying to mount the defense of 5905. Fuck all of this. This is stupid. Oh no, we tapped my high for the week. Oh, it's slightly above it. Damn it. That's bullshit. Close at 50 or 55? Could we? Alright, Kirk, we fill in this gap. 57.75 end of day. I wish. Why? Just because that one asshole bought like 8,000 puts down there? You know those are just the hedge for the 5,800 sold puts, right? What? MU's for like November. I wanted to stay under 110 this week. Which so far it's doing perfectly. He's gotta pay attention. What is this? Bullshit bounce. Rejected before 65? Maybe? Ooh. Failure. Oh, fill it back in. I wish the sold calls would stop pulling back on every fucking drop. My MU calls are for this week. I hope you lose everything. $57.90.75 are rolled up to $58.15, $5,800 around 1. Rolled up and out. Yeah. I'm not fucking selling more calls here. I've got 75 zero DTEs open from Friday. That was my highest upside target. I would much prefer to fail around 62 or 63. Wait, what did I say last night? I don't even remember. $75. I think it was 75 last week too, right? 69.69. You know what? If that's the top of the market, so be it. I'd be okay with that. Thoughts on DJT? Not a big fan. Tends to get rugged on share issuance. So, I mean, very risky to hold options on it overnight. If you want to try to trade it intraday, be my guest, but the contracts are overpriced. 69, 69, 69. We're gonna need like a stimulus package for that. Maybe we get one for the disaster relief. What? No, they're not out of money for disaster relief. We're never out of money. China about to release 6 trillion yuan so everyone can buy NVIDIA GPUs. They are not releasing 6 trillion yuan. There's no actual fiscal stimulus in any of their shit. They're just opening up liquidity facilities and trying to shuffle around bank reserves. Why? Because their economy is still in the toilet. But they can't print money and devalue their currency against the dollar. Otherwise, they're really fucked. They're in a deflationary spiral. And it's so strong, it's exporting deflation to the rest of the world. No, your economy is in the toilet. I mean, yeah, but we have the dollar. If we hold above 5850 today, my dreams of 5800 this week are ruined now. 5800 is still major support, so a retest of it at some point is likely. Just print more money and export inflation to combat it, right? Where? Where can we export our inflation? Everyone else is in a recession. Be honest, are we the world's reserve currency because of the ingenuity required to invent Baja Dogs? No, because we're willing to spend our hard earned money on Baja Dogs. We're willing to spend our money on Baja Dogs. We're willing to pay $20,000 dealer markups on cars. And we're willing to buy houses at 200% of their assessed value. America. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yes, Dork. If anything, my house is underpriced. What's your tax assessment? What percentage of your home value is your tax assessment? Peltry Fitty. Wait, I can sell my 500K house for 1.5 million as long as you can find someone to buy it. You can sell it for anything you want. We're willing to invest every red cent in a tech company that relies entirely on Taiwanese chip manufacturers. Yeah, well, just, $3 trillion. So, like, 10% of our national debt. It's no big deal. Time to list my house at 6.5 million. I'm telling you, dude. List it for 650. Get a stove that works. List it for 650. Rake in the profits. Wait till the Fed does something dovish, right? Rates dip below 4%. List it for like 650 or 700. Boom. Now you've got two houses when rates go up. It's like what I do with bonds, except worse. And with more lawyers. I thought I was bearish. The second the Fed announced rate cuts, all the prices on Zillow doubled. More sold puts, bought calls. There's more sold puts than calls. Charm's definitely positive here. But that could change very quickly if the market were to move down again or more. You're getting more sold puts at 50-55. Let's do it. Let's test 75. That's what I want to see here. Well, that's what they want to see. That's why they keep selling the fucking puts at the money, right? Launching up. Not only that, the 65 and 70 sold puts are longer dated. Stop saying things like that. Which one? What a ghost work for Larry Fink. Keeps the payrolls down. Win pain trade. A move below 56.60 now. Look at what happens to gamma below spot. Oh, it's the wrong thing. Live data. So they don't gain gamma on the upside move, right? But if we move down, they lose a shitload of it. So they're just trying to sell as many fucking puts as they feasibly can at like the 50 strike and the 55 to keep this thing floated into the end of the day so vol doesn't spike and they don't get fucked on all their short puts. Which, if you look at the volume on the left, is a lot of short puts, right? Hey, wait a minute. That's a penis. Sometimes. The strike's down the right side. It's cropped. Yeah. Where it's like, hold on. I can fix that. The strikes are on the left, too. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, I'm not doing that. That's awful. You've got spot. That's all that matters, right? I'm about to click a button. If this explodes, it's Dork's fault. Noted. What if MM wants a payday? Then they fuck all the put sellers? But they won't do it if it endangers their hedge, which, you know, is the reason they haven't done it. Teach you to read this step by step. Oh, Jesus Christ. Are you a pigeon whale? You'll find out in the pigeon whale chats. The only place where you can get guidance on this. What distinguishes short from long on the volume side? The red bars on the right side. Oh, you bitch. You're dead to me, Cobra. It doesn't distinguish short and long, it's just volume. I want Nuke to click the button. What's happening here? Is this going to be exciting? $30-year mortgage rate. Do I need to refresh this? I don't know, maybe? What happened? What's different? Spot's in the wrong place. Nuke's learning how to write hello world in assembly code with our website. Perfect. Maybe that's just future Spot. Your puts are so fucked. It's okay, I'm right there with you. Win rug? Probably never. Look at all the support. If we lose the support, rug. Sure. Thanks. I hate it. No problem. Think of how glorious it could be, though, if Gamma were to just dump. I'm not sure this is working. Spot, why you do this? Do you just chop above GM overnight, or can this fail support on ES? We could pull back overnight and then move up again tomorrow. I don't know. They're really trying to push this or hold it here, which makes me think they're going to try to hold this range into retail sales. But it's not going to be easy. And the more puts they sell, like obviously the more they open up the potential for a downside move. I don't even want a lot. It's not like I wanted to go back to 5,800. I'm totally okay with just like filling the gap at 56. Was retail sales Thursday? That was Wednesday. Shitty retail sales seems like the perfect way to kick off SLD. Thursday? Lame. So you're just gonna watch bulls mash their face into a wall for 3 days? Gross. So lame. Just pull back. Margin requirements. They don't want it to pull back. If it pulls back, it's going to keep pulling back. They've sold a lot of puts. Now, overnight, sure, when the puts fall off, they don't care, right? Pull back to 5,800 where the longer dated shit is. Or 5,825. It's far less important. Yeah, SLD starts Wednesday. Wednesday through Monday. The huge. October OPEX would be a great time for a market crash because it's spooky. Seasonality. You need a pumpkin shirt? For what? What you need to do is trim my beard. It's a fucking mess. When have I ever been festive? I did wear that reindeer hat one time. I don't remember. When you use red lighting on red days, that's not red lighting. I just changed the filter on the camera. And then I can't change it back and I end up gray for a week. I don't hum Xmas music. Once you get a nice woman in your life, festive happens to you. Are you bipolar, Bear? The limerick competition? Oh, yeah. That's your guys' stuff, though. I'm just the facilitator of the festivity that you want in the world. You were kind of festive the day you discovered the music and then the stream got nuked. You know what would be sweet? Emergency rate cut. Oh, yeah, actually. What the fuck is this? Damn it, now I gotta short it again? What time is it? Given that I've shorted the top of this thing like 20 times, the drawdown's not that bad. Of course they do this when my cash doesn't clear. I assume that was just more put selling. One DT puts pricing up a bit. Maybe I need to price up a lot more. It's just like NQ trying really hard to go up and SPX being at the top. It's kind of comical.
Oh, why does it do that? Stop locking the points on the chart, you piece of shit. Hmm. Hmm. Apple cured Alzheimer's. How? Was that a big detractor in the economy? I feel like moving $10 above Gamma Max is already a pretty big blow off. Don't ask, just buy. Hmm. Oh, so boring. He's kidding. What Apple actually did was say they're releasing a new VR headset for $2,000 because 3001 was such a success. Wait, really?
This market's forming the one true element that can solve world power issues, retardium. Is that down there with like California in the weird part of the periodic table? Or is it a noble gas? How many 6,000 C are you buying for tomorrow? 0. Can I get a payday advance to full port this bear flag? No. Undergoes a lot of gamma decay. You never let me do anything. But interest on that's like 600%. Nobody would ever get a payday loan to gamble on stocks. Right, guys? Small price to pay for 25,000 for 25,000x gains. I know they've sold a lot of puts, but they're not that cheap. I just sold my business to pay for options. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Close me up gamma marks. That's insane. The amount of money leverage to get us from $58 to $69 is ridiculous. Gamma Max doesn't work. It works fine. One second. Oh, nice. That'd be cool if this just keeps dumping. Back under GM. 4 minutes? I really shouldn't fuck with this. Any earnings tonight? No. Tomorrow morning, though. I wonder if this is just like a pump into disappointing bank earnings. So bulls get the 65 close. And then what? Dumpies? Hmm. Oh. Gamma Max. Wow, so exciting. Hold on.
Just need the MM to sell the rest of this off, right? Vix is weird. Yeah. Oh, we did close under 60. Ouch. That's a lot of short puts that didn't make money. Interesting day, except the boring parts. Yeah, it was kind of spicy. Short it if it goes under 56.50. Bum. Alright. Let's take a look at stuff. So we moved up quite a bit above Gamma Max intraday, closed basically right at it, about $1.80 above it. But tonight's Gamma Max is probably above where we closed. This is a breakout above the 2 standard deviation, the VWAP on SPX. These tend to not last very long. The last time we got a big one was back here in June, which did eventually run up to new all-time highs, but it lasted from June till July and then failed in an extraordinarily epic fashion. Back in March, we got one. Well, I think it was like Jan through March. We stayed mostly above it. Here, well, we filled it. Worked out June, July of 23, a little bit. But they tend to be pretty volatile. They pull back a lot before moving higher. So we can expect at least like a smaller pullback before moving up. Oh shit! Did I get? How the fuck did I buy in there when that's not? We didn't get a new low. All right, that's odd.
Anyway, this is about the top of the range I expected by by midday Wednesday. Um, and so we may get like a smaller pullback towards the 2 standard deviation, which puts us at about 58.30, 58.25. We might find support there. Gamma max will move up a little bit, and then that might open a test slightly higher than 58.75 by Wednesday. If we don't get a pullback, I mean, Gamma Max is going to stay right where it is, right? Especially if we continue to trade at or above it. And so we'll probably need to see at least $20 or $30 pullback before moving higher. With vol so high, obviously selling all of this volatility near the money presents a lot of risk. Futures topped out around 59.18 before failing. This looks like it's going to move back to trend overnight and might move back to retest 58.90. A failure of 58.90 would be a local reversal and open up that 58.76, 58.74.50 or 58.46 test. Commodities fell, rising dollar and big pump in tech. We're probably seeing some flows from commodities moving back into tech, and probably some money out of China as well after the slightly disappointing balance of trade last night. Dollar continues to rise, especially against the yuan and the yen, and that has pushed yields slightly higher at the top end of the curve today, but mostly at the 5 and 2 year. Those seem to be the big gainers right now. The yield curve not really inverting, but shifting. Correlation on the 1 and 3 month were divergent earlier. They kind of started to move together. Now we've got both core 1M and 3M moving down into the end of the day over like the last hour of trading, and the core 1 month moving down pretty rapidly. So we're seeing a build up in long vol positioning and the underlying. As we move into earnings season, that's to be expected. Forward yield on volatility still remains above the federal funds rate at 6.5%. Leverage on the carry moved up a little, but not too much. Bond vol still moderately elevated, but probably fairly flat today. Skews turning up, which is probably pretty bullish. 61.95% of the S&P over its 20-day moving average. And then we've got correlation of VIX kind of flat day over day from Friday. No real change there. Down a bit from the high. We'll probably continue to see fall shorting come in. Fed fund futures are sitting at 0.92. And are continuing to decline as rates move up. We'll probably see rate expectations trim closer to 75 by durables. So like 2 weeks from now, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw this trim down to like 0.8 or 0.75, and that would be, you know, exceedingly bullish. The 210 spread moved a bit positive since we reinverted last Monday, and is normalizing a little bit, but I would say not extraordinarily positive, ending the day at 12.7. Where does that put us on our technicals? With today's move up, I believe we are still short of testing the trend to the upside, which is around 59.13. But we did test my expected resistance, which was 58.73 96. Well, I guess we came a bit short of that. 50, 58.71.41. Now that breakout could fail, but we would want to confirm a move back below 830, and that would open up the move back to 57.75. So now we have a new downside level that's a signal for a reversal, and new upside resistance formed at the high of 58.71.41. And that's about it. So, yeah, we need a bit of a pullback to move higher. But I mean, I think things still stay bullish. I don't see anything really negative for like Wednesday. Um, I don't think data tomorrow is really going to give us an excuse to pull back, but I think some of that zero DT positioning sloughing off into the end of the day is going to open up a little bit more room for this to move down, right? Like we moved back to gamma max. That's usually kind of a given, but I don't see us I don't see us holding this level without a bit of a pullback and reposition higher. And we are getting some positioning up here, but we're going to need more. Why can't we instantly move higher? Everyone wants 6,000 at this point. I mean, the mechanics just of that aren't there, right? We'd probably have to pull back like 2% or 1.5% to even open up like 59.25, let alone 6,000. Downside gap fill, then big ups second half of the week. Maybe like big ups into the middle of the week and then back down into the second half of the week. So I can see like Gamma Max moving up to like 58.75, then us retesting it before retail sales, and then uh, falling into SLD OPEX with profit taking and the decay. There's a lot of in the money delta that's decaying out, right? Like that's gonna fall off on OPEX. It's like 125 bips away. That's like 2 days. What's 125 bips away? 6,000? 6,000 is 300 points away. Well, 290. It doesn't matter. There's no positioning to move up there. We need positioning, like durable bullish positioning to come in. Vol needs to go down. Points aren't used on SPX. It's not ES. Don't call them points. That's awful. This comes from people on Twitter typing, make this paragraph sound like a stock analyst into Chat GPT. Biparoos, more valid. If we go there, the positioning will come. That's not how it works. It's called Copilot and it's cool. It's stupid. They all sound the same. All right. Yep, that's it. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good night, everyone. Later.